Please, may we recognize him as he comes to the high table to take his seat. That is the man who has successfully organized this conference. That's the man we are recognizing at this moment. Sir, you are welcome, sir. Please take your seat. Now that the head of the department is seated, we are sure that the event is a reality. I was beginning to wonder whether it's only me that will sit on all these chairs. We thank God for him. We also want to recognize the fathers of the department, the professors in the department. We start by recognizing the most senior professor in our department, Professor Francis S. Babo. Don't know whether he has arrived yet. Professor Babo, the most senior ranking professor, I believe he is on his way. Recognize him adequately when he comes. So we move ahead to recognize another strong professor in the department, the professor of cybersecurity, and he has headed a lot of researches, successful ones indeed. Professor Agozie Ene, please, may you. If you see his height, he represents knowledge and success. I wish I were as tall as you, sir. You're welcome, sir. There is another powerful professor in our department, also professor of cybersecurity. In fact, he is the second father of the department. We want to recognize you, Professor George Okereke. Please, may you please come and take your seat. If you see these people, it looks like computer science has only tall professors. We have one short man. When he comes, we will introduce him adequately. You're welcome, sir. We have a lot of guests from here. We will not take everybody. However, we will not fail to recognize our own Mr. Emeka Onyokoro. He is the CEO of 4Core Integrated Services, and he is our alumni. In fact, he has been here since yesterday. He has really made us proud and happy. Please, Mr. Emeka Onyokoro, may you please come and take your seat at the high table. These are people that pass through the department and they have really made a lot of success, recorded a lot of successes out there in the world. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much. He has just reminded Director of 4Core Integrated Services, EO. You are welcome, sir. We will also want to recognize our own also, Mr. Carlo Udonse. He is the IT and Change Manager, Paragon Banking Group PLC, United Kingdom. Please, may you come and take your seats. You can see that conference, we have our international guests amongst us. You are highly welcome, sir. We also want to recognize Ed of 1996, who graduated from the Department of Computer Science. These people have really helped the department a lot in several ways, and they are also here today to support us in this conference. Please, may you please say hi to the department. You're highly welcome. We want to recognize other people here present. We can see our own Dr. MC Okoro Okonkwo, who is also part of us. Teko, he is here present. You have come, sir. And also see some other members of the department. I believe they will also we are already on it. The students of the Department of Computer Science, first years, second years, third years, and final years, I know that you are there. Lions and lionesses, are you there? You are all welcome. Members of the university staff, we welcome you all. If Mr. Emeka Ezekwe comes, please, I would like to work with him closely. Please, if he comes, he can come closer so that we will take it off from here. Don't mind me. It appears I'm seeing with 4 eyes. I have been informed that our own O.E. Ogike is also here with us. I can't see. Please, can you wave for us? Welcome. I also have seen our own Dr. D.U.F.M. I'm sure you are somewhere here with us. That's lovely. I have also seen our own Dr. Ugusiwu running around. You are all welcome. Others will join. As they join, we will introduce them. We'll introduce them adequately. That is Dr. Ezema also just arriving. Can you wave? You're all welcome. One good thing about computer science is that we prod each other, we shift each other, but we are still one. We remain one in Jesus' name. I will request that we stand for the national anthem, and after that we have the opening prayers. After the anthems, we'll take the opening prayers. First, the national anthem, then the school and the university song. I expect that the media unit will project that for us while we take it. National anthem. 1, 2, ready, go.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all until our children. And rejoice for the sake of knowledge. Where the nation's potentials to brood in the nest. Hail and rejoice for her noble ideals.
Hail varsity by excel all our dreams come true.
Hail and rejoice for the giant highways. My alma mater.
City of Nigeria, my alma mater.
Hail and rejoice for her lofty plans.
The versity that is cited on soft green fields.
Hail and rejoice for her beauty's sake.
Hail varsity of her glory, the pride of her land.
Hail and rejoice for her light will shine.
Hail varsity by excel all our dreams come true.
Hail and rejoice for the giant highways. My alma mater, my alma mater. Noble are thy news and thy ideals, and great art thou in science and in arts, in all the realms of learning thou art awesome mind. My alma mater, my alma mater. Noble are thy news and thy ideals, and great art thou in science and in arts, in all the realms of learning thou art
Please, may we sit? We will have some adjustments. I want to invite one of us, Professor O.E.O.D.K. Please, can you kindly come up and take the we will start proper. Please kindly come. Let prayer. This mic, I hope.
We pray in Jesus' name. Our God in heaven, we thank you for this for all of us to look into. We have this funded project. We've gathered data, and I can imagine how attractive the data set has been. The paper we published from that group, from that research group, is hitting the waves. From my own Google Scholar page, I see nearly 60 hits on that paper, and I'm sure my colleagues can all attest to that. And there are several other offshoots coming from that research. A lot. Fish means a lot. Top quality protein. Now that we're suffering, in this country, anybody can get into food production. If Alan Tucker is here, I'll stop the delay and then let him have his way. Professor Alan Tucker.
Hi there, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You have been so highly introduced and appreciated in this part of the world. Whereas you're not physically present, I tell you that you have been so Nigerianized. I have become one of us. And I tell you,
Thank you.
it's nice for you to visit us in person. And we'll welcome you with a Nigerian passport. Ladies and gentlemen, here with us, he is live and direct, speaking to us on the topic artificial intelligence models for understanding and predicting. Professor Nsukka, thank you for being with us. Thank you for accepting this responsibility. May God bless you as you do justice to the.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah.
Prof, let's just observe this protocol. In a moment you will take off. We want our Dean, Professor Odulus Ejikeme, to come on stage and take his seat on the high table. We notice he has come. Please come so that our Professor Tucker, will have you on seat while he speaks. This is a man, if you see his face, you know that he means business. The way he walks tells you more, but his heart is as soft as it should. You're welcome, sir. We also want to invite our own Professor F.S. Babo, Francis Babo, please. Table. We will know that Professor Tucker is going to speak to all of us. He is the father of the department, a professor in the theories of computer science and foundations of computer science. You're welcome, sir. At this point, we hand over Tucker as he has been adequately introduced. Please take over, sir.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? I just want to check my microphone's working okay. And then I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
It's perfect. Welcome once again.
Okay, can everyone see my screen too? Thank you very much anyway, everyone. I'm honoured to be presenting at this conference. It's a shame I can't join you in person. I would love to visit the National University of Nigeria. Maybe sometime in the next few years I can come and visit. But what I'd like to do today is firstly just give you a brief overview of my research in the Department of Computer Science at Brunel University, London. And then I'll focus a bit more on some of the work we've been doing with various different scientists around the world on fish population modeling using artificial intelligence. So thank you for the very nice introduction. My name is Professor Alan Tucker. I head the Intelligent Data Analysis Group. And the Intelligent Data Analysis Group is 30 years old already. It seems to have flown by. So 30 years ago, in 1995, it was founded at the University of London. And what the group does is focus on developing new algorithms, new artificial intelligence algorithms, to deal with real challenging, real world problems, usually in the environment, to do with healthcare, but also engineering and education. We have a website that you can visit that talks a bit more about our work. And we have regular meetings internationally at the IDA Symposium. I personally also have a role working for the UK government, advising on the use of artificial intelligence within the NHS, so within healthcare in England and in Wales in the UK here. So just a quick overview of some of the work we do within the IDA group. We do lots of stuff with different hospitals. So we take patient healthcare data, and this could be image data, it could be clinical data. For example, we're doing lots of work with Moorfields Eye Hospital, trying to model the development of different types of eye disease. So we take data like you can see here, images of the retina. We also take clinical data and we try to predict the onset of different types of disease. And we do this using lots of different AI techniques. Another project is working with the English NHS on trying to build artificial patient data. So we try to build AI models that capture the network of interactions between different types of variables like gender, smoking, diabetes status, kidney disease status, blood pressure, and we build these artificial network models so we can simulate real patients so that we can then share this data freely and try to explore different types of AI models that will try to help us better understand complex diseases like cardiovascular disease. We also do lots of work with the environment, with environmental data. So I'm going to talk in more detail about some of the stuff we've been doing with the UK government, but also across the EU, so across Europe, and with Canada as well on understanding fish populations. We also work with botanical gardens. So for example, the Royal Botanical Gardens at Kew in London, we've been analysing text data from the vast libraries of information that are stored there, as well as images of pressed flowers and pressed plants that go back hundreds of years all over the world. So we're trying to work using AI algorithms to understand that. We also work with the Zoological Society of London, where we're using camera traps. So you can see here a camera, which is a small video you can strap around national parks in different parts of the world and automatically use artificial intelligence to recognize different animals as they pass. And we can then take that data to better understand the interactions between different species of animal. Okay, so that's just a very brief overview of some of the work we do within the group. What I want to do in this talk is talk a bit more about fisheries data. And this is really the sort of marine biology data you get held by governments trying to better understand the different populations of fish species, often species that we like to eat. So we like to catch and eat. As you know, fish and chips, very popular within the UK. Cod is really important as a staple diet. And so it's important that governments can generate this sort of data, collect this sort of data from different parts of the oceans. And then I'm going to talk about some of the machine learning and AI techniques that can be used to better understand those fish populations. And what I'll do is I'll focus on a particular type of AI model that we found really useful in building these models to better understand fish populations and how fish and other species interact, and also being able to predict different complex changes within the oceans around us. So really, the reason this is important is issues with overfishing and how we can deal with overfishing. So we've seen many different fish populations collapse around the British Isles, but also across the world. And this can be because of people are eating more fish because it's good for us and it's tasty. It's also climate change induced. So we're seeing the oceans warm, and so fish species are moving So actually cod is leaving the south of the UK and moving north to Scotland and beyond. And this is affecting fisheries a great deal. But also there's unregulated fishing and fish subsidies from governments, including our own and European too, where they're encouraging people to fish species that sometimes shouldn't be fished. So really we need to tackle overfishing for the sake of our planet. It means it will preserve biodiversity, but also enable us to be able to have, you know, healthy, tasty protein in terms of fish to live healthily. So let's have a look at some of the data we can collect to help us better understand some of these complex fish populations. We can do many things. We can use satellite data, as you can see here on the top right, to capture information about sea temperatures. So this is a very good way of finding out very detailed surface temperatures of the oceans around different parts of the world. We can also use these floating sensors to capture all sorts of things to do with salinity of the ocean, different chemical makeups of the oceans at very precise places, so locations and points in time. We can also send out scientific fleets of ships to collect data, so we can collect water and we can do analysis on the plankton and zooplankton that are in the water. We can also fit video cameras and even sonic recorders to look and listen to different marine populations under the oceans. And these are fitted not just to scientific ships, but to commercial ships as well. So we now have this huge amount of complex data that we can use to try to better understand what's going on in the oceans around us. All of this is done not only spatially, but over time. So we'll actually have these recordings of fish populations and temperatures that go back, for some things, back to the 1940s and further. So some of the data we have is actually quite long term, and we can actually explore the history of the fish populations when we've had different amounts of fishing and different types of climate, and use that information to build models to predict into the future. So what sorts of AI techniques can we use? Well, we can do anything from simple clustering. So clustering similar types of data in different locations. And what you can see here is around the British Isles, we've clustered different states of plankton, zooplankton and temperature at different points in the year. So you can see in February 2015, everything was clustered or mostly into this dark blue color because most of the sea had similar salinity, similar amounts of different types of zooplankton, and the temperature was relatively stable. But as you go through spring and summer, you can see that the northeast here in the top right, we have very different clusters that are discovered compared to the English Channel here in the bottom right. And so we can see that the oceans behave differently at different times of year and in different places. And simple clustering techniques can help us detect that. Obviously, though, AI now has developed many different advanced methods, and many people are now using things like machine learning and deep learning, so forms of deep neural networks with many, many parameters to do far more advanced kinds of analysis. And they can take in many different types of data. And we see in the news and online huge amounts of research into image analysis, video analysis. And these kinds of models allow us to do all sorts of interesting things. For example, those zooplankton data sets that you saw earlier, we can automatically identify the different types of zooplankton in one particular image using these image analysis neural networks. We can also take those videos that are fixed to ships and analyze them automatically. So you can see here how easy it is for some state-of-the-art deep learning models to identify and recognize fish within an image and with a video, and then to recognize a type of species of fish as well. So these kind of state-of-the-art deep learning methods are really powerful for things like image analysis. They can also be used to model time series, like we said, are collected. So you can use long short-term memory neural networks that actually allow you to predict and model time series. However, there are a number of issues for using neural network models. And I'm sure some of you have heard maybe this kind of the black box problem, where you have this enclosed box and you have some inputs and some outputs. And this could be data that goes in and you predict something. But the model is so complicated, it's very difficult to understand what's going on. So we have a huge number of parameters in these hidden layers here, and trying to interpret and understand what's going on there is very difficult. And that can be very problematic. So first of all, if you have a look at this, it's very easy to trick a neural network. And here you can see the output of a model, a neural network model that's recognized a Persian cat here with very high probability. But this image can be hacked. It can be altered very subtly, and it looks completely the same to a human being. But to the AI, it's completely confused by this and now predicts that this is a toaster and not a cat at all. Now, this is kind of funny, but it also shows the risks of using AI. AI uses a completely different way of looking at an image to the way a human does. And that can be very important. If we want to understand these models, so we can understand, for example, the complexities of fish interactions and how fish populations are affected by temperature, we really need to be able to build models that are more transparent. So we need to open that black box. Otherwise, we're just building models and not understanding them. And scientists want to understand, how fish populations interact so that they can make new insights and make better decisions with governments, for example, changing fishing policies. I like this quote. It says that transactions that are too complex to explain may be too complex to be allowed to exist. So it really is a push to say AI models need to become more transparent so we know how they work. And as a result, we're starting to see a whole host of new models appear, known as causal models. And these are much more graphical, much more transparent, and allow us to understand how things work. And this is what I want to talk about for the next part of my talk, how we've used these, what we call probabilistic graphical models, to try to understand the relationship between different species of fish and other factors as well, to see if we can build predictive models. These models capture relationships using these graphical structures where we have features or variables within our data which are explicitly modeled here, and they can be extended over time, so we can have a species at one time point to the next, and relationships between different species and between temperatures, ocean temperatures, or salinity. So it's really transparent once you learn these models from data. Okay, so what I'll talk about now is how we've used those graphical models, those probabilistic transparent models, to understand fish populations in a number of different oceans. And I'm going to focus on three particular oceans. So firstly, the North Sea, here bounded in F. So this is very close to where I live and where I've grown up. Cod is very important here because not just the UK, cod is popular across Europe. And what we've seen is it being overfished, and government policy has been brought in to stop that overfishing. And thankfully, cod is now improving. We're seeing the population of cod improving. However, in these two other regions, Georges Bank, denoted by a B, and the East Scotian Shelf, denoted by a C, just off the Canadian coast, very similar policies were brought in the 80s or 90s to stop overfishing cod. But those cod numbers remain very, very low. So the cod populations have not recovered. What they think is something called a functional collapse has happened. And that means the food webs between different species have completely changed. And we don't know why that is. And we want to use AI models to better understand this. So we've built these complex networks, we've inferred them from our historical data, and this captures relationships between humans catching fish, between fish eating other fish, between fish eating plankton, and also things like sea temperatures. So all of these have been put into our network models, and this includes relationships within 1 year, but also from 1 year to the next, so that we can predict what's going to happen in the future. And then what we can also do is include hidden variables or latent variables. And this is to capture or almost to cluster changes that we haven't measured over time. We want to see if we can capture these underlying changes within the food web structures to see if we can capture these functional collapses. So we've inferred these models, these time series models from our data, and then we've used these to see if we can actually fit and predict different species. So we focused first on George's Bank, where there was a functional collapse just off the Canadian coast. We learned something called a dynamic Bayesian network with a latent, with a hidden variable. So here you can see the hidden variable and then a load of other variables that capture sea temperature, fish population, biomass, salinity, zooplankton. And what you can see on the right here is firstly just the cod population over time. And you can see it overlaid what the actual cod population was, but also the predicted cod population using our model. And you can see there's a good fit. It predicts very nicely. But what I've also shown is this hidden state, which can take on two values, 0 and 1. It's a binary variable. And you can see that historically, throughout the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, it was mostly in this state 0. But then we would see every now and again it would fluctuate between a new state, and then it would switch on and off between these states more and more regularly until suddenly, in about the late 80s, it changed into this other state 1 and stayed in that. And this is likely to be where the hidden state occurred. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Can everyone hear me still? Yeah, can everyone hear me? Okay, I'll continue. So anyway, this fluctuation and this switch seems to have happened exactly where the fisheries and marine biologists think the functional change happened, which is denoted by this red line. So it seems our model not only can capture and predict fish populations, but it can also detect major changes in the food web. So then we did the same thing. We learned similar models, but now from the North Sea. So you can see on the right here, very similar set of results. So we predicted cod again, but lots of other species of fishes as well. And then you can see the hidden variable. And the hidden variable doesn't seem to go through this same switch that we saw in George's Bank. So it seems kind of much more stable with just switching between things and it's much more fluid. Unlike the George's Bank, which went to this sudden switch to a new kind of food web that was fixed. So that kind of fits with what the experts would want to see, that there was a functional change in George's Bank, but there wasn't in the North Sea. And we're managing to build these nice predictive models for many different species. Of course, these models can also capture spatial effects because we also know the fish populations at very precise regions in an ocean. And here you can see how we've broken down the fish populations and the sea temperature and the zooplankton into a number of different regions. And we can actually incorporate that into our probabilistic models. And so what we can do is see, for example, the relationship between species like cod in this region here at the top with other regions in the ocean. And what you can see, for example, then is when cod is very abundant in one region, we often find that it's abundant in certain other regions. And so it captures how the cod moves around an ocean and how that's impacted by temperature. So we can capture not only temporal effects with these models, we can also capture spatial effects as well. Ultimately, though, what we want to do, and we've been working with a number of different governments around Europe and within the UK as well, is explore different scenarios. So we want to say, let's imagine we stop catching cod, or we keep catching cod at this particular level. What impact would that have in the future? And so what we did was we could say to a particular government, so for example here, Area 4, and that links with the UK, we can say, well, what happens if instead of cutting cod catches, we would held it constant? So you can see this dotted line here, where we could come up with a counterfactual, another scenario where we do something completely different. And then we can see what impact that policy, that government policy has on cod populations in the future. So it's like a tool that governments can use to ask these what if questions about their policies to see what impact it would have on different fish species. So this can be a really valuable tool for governments to better understand the impacts of their policies. Okay, the last thing I'd like to talk about before I run out of time is something that I find really fascinating and something called transfer learning, which is very popular in the neural network community. And this is where you can build a neural network to solve a particular problem on a particular population. So it could be, image analysis on a particular species of plant in one particular country. And then you use that model to see if it will work on a similar species or the same species, but in a different country. So you want to see if a model will transfer between two different regions. Now, what we wanted to do was something similar with our probabilistic graphical models. So for example, can we build a model on the East Scotian shelf and then see if it would work at predicting in George's Bank or vice versa? Now, that's fine, except we have a problem because in different oceans, we have different species of fish which perform similar functions. So for example, if you look here at A, we have a very simple food web, and we can see that cod and redfish eat this species called capelin, and this species capelin eats zooplankton and small shrimp. So capelin is a really important species because it hoovers up a load of small species and then feeds cod, which is really important. So it's a really important, we call it a keystone species. Now, if you go across the Atlantic from the Americas to the North Sea, we actually have a very similar thing for cod, but instead of competing with redfish, cod in the North Sea competes with another fish called whiting, and it competes over a different species called sand eel, which does something very similar to the capelin. It hoovers up zooplankton and shrimp. So we have a very similar functional relationship here in a food web, but we have different features of the data, and we don't always know which species we want to map between different oceans. So what we did was we developed an algorithm that would take a functional model like this, parameterize it on a set of species in one region, and then we would transfer it to another region and allow our algorithms to identify the most suitable species of fish or other factors that are in our data sets that would fit that functional food web. And this did something very interesting. So what we did was we took data we trained from the East Scotian shelf and we transferred it to the, from the George's Bank and transferred it to the East Scotian shelf. So we built a model from the George's Bank, and then what we did was we mapped key species from the George's Bank to species in the East Scotian shelf. And you can see here which species were associated to each other. So you can see that cod was associated in the George's Bank with cod in the East Scotian shelf. So sometimes the same species would be mapped together. Actually, a species called cusk was mapped to something called a pollock in this other region. And so these species were performing similar functions. And what you can see here is a similar plot again before. We have the latent variable, and the switch, the functional shift, seems to have happened a bit more complex than what was expected by scientists. But the predictions for these other species are very good. So what it's done is it's taken data from one species and used that to predict the outcome of completely different species. And probably the most interesting association was the link between cod catch. So this is a variable that captures how much cod humans were catching in George's Bank, and it's linked it to grey seals. So grey seals like to eat cod in a very, very similar way to humans. And this could exactly account for why we see this functional shift. If you look at the predictions and the actual values of the grey seal population, it's been exponentially climbing in recent years. So what this could mean is our model has identified that seals have now jumped in, that humans have stopped fishing cod, seals have jumped in and replaced them functionally. So they have now slotted into the food web. Instead of humans catching cod, seals are catching cod much more. And this could account for the cod populations not recovering in some of these regions. So it's a really nice variant on transfer learning and how we can learn transparent models from one region, transfer them to a new region, and really understand the meaning behind some of the relationships that we're finding in those graphical network models. Okay, so I'm running out of time. So just to summarize, what I'd like to say is there's huge amounts of data being collected, and this doesn't just apply to marine biology and fisheries data, in everything from agriculture to science. We have so much data available to us now. We can use many of these state-of-the-art AI methods like deep learning, and deep learning is really useful for things like image analysis, for text analysis, but there are real limitations in being able to interpret the results and the inside that black box. And so trying to build explanations of that is more problematic. So if we want to capture transparent models that can also capture lots of uncertainty in the data and in the models and in the predictions, maybe some of these probabilistic graphical models can offer valuable alternatives where we can actually see the causal relationships between different variables within our data, because they're also very flexible, much like deep learning methods. But what they do is they explicitly represent things like space and like time, and they can also use latent variables that are common in deep learning, so that we can, try to understand things like unmeasured effects, like regime shifts or functional changes within an ocean, so that we can actually explore the meaning of those latent variables more carefully. Okay, I will stop there and just thank some of the researchers who have been working with us on these projects, including Laura from Finland, University of Finland, Daniel Duplessis from the Research Institute La Montjoly in Canada, but also various people from others in Spain and in the UK, and in particular Neda Trifonova, who was one of the PhD students who first started some of the early work with us on this. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to take questions if we have time.
Thank you very much for that enlightening lecture, Professor Nsukka. Before you go, we would like to find out if we have some questions or responses. Just a minute or two. We have our students here. The undergraduate students are here. The postgraduate students are also here. Some of them may benefit from your field of study. So I don't know if we have anybody that has any question to indicate. We take one or two before we move on.
Can I just say as well, if anyone has any questions about the talk after this meeting, feel free to email me. I'm happy to discuss the research with people via email as well in the future. So please do contact me.
All right. Anybody? So I will ask. Your research is basically in artificial intelligence. That's where you are focusing. Will there be opportunity for those of us here, kind of collaboration, especially the students who are also working in the same field of study? Having invited you for this kind of conference, we've learned a lot, but there ought to be some level of continuity. You can see, my people, you have seen that computer science spreads across. Even in agriculture, you can apply artificial intelligence. This is exactly what it has done. One of the challenges we have here is that some of the research...
Introducing four-core integrated.
Some of the researches we have, the data set is usually based outside Africa, outside here. We want to ask, Prof, if we have data sets of Africa, within Africa origin, can you collaborate such research with our students? We've been told that the goats, United Kingdom is different from the goat in Africa. They behave differently. So some of these things can affect results of research. So if we have fishes from Africa that behave differently, will you be willing, sir, to collaborate such research with us? Thank you, sir.
Of course, yes. Yes, it's, I mean, one of the nice things about this kind of global nature now of data collection means that there is data available now all over the world that can be shared. Now, obviously, sometimes data is private, so healthcare data can be very private, and there's many regulations in some countries around that. But other data is much more open. So, for example, satellite images are available all over the planet where we can actually explore things. And yes, so for example, lots of the stuff that's held, for example, in scientific institutions like Kew Gardens, looking at, botanical data, it's all freely available now. In fact, they're currently digitizing and trying to make as much of their data available as possible. And I think that's really valuable because it means by sharing data, we can actually build models that capture the complexities of many different regions of the world. So, historically, I've worked with data all over different parts of the world. For example, with Kew Gardens, where we've worked with people in Asia, in Africa, taking data from there. There's also a group in Uganda that we've worked with. There was a very strong machine learning group where they were working with cassava, so the agricultural plant cassava, to try to detect disease using mobile phones images to see if there was a diseased plant. And that was all shared via mobile phone over the network so that everyone could share this and learn. So I think the future is really bright for AI and data analysis. I'm happy to collaborate, use some of our models on new data sets if you have new data. Just, please do get in touch.
Thank you very much for that. We will take more responses.
I will keep thanking you. I can't stop thanking you. But I have what I would say be an easy question for you, and then very important for us. And that includes the opportunities you have opened up as regards funding. You see, we have a lot of intellectual power in this part of the world. We have people who are so enthusiastic about research, and we have fields where data can be collected from. But oftentimes, working from here, we are limited by this issue, critical issue of funding. So I like how you be quite open to collaborate with us and probably get to, developing MOUs and signing them with our own unit here to be able to make sure that we can have an honest and open and mutually beneficial research is going on concurrently with us and with you as regards funding. Thank you.
Okay, it's a good question. You said it was easy. It's not. It's so funding is always an issue, I think. It's become more competitive, even just in the UK alone, but across the world, I think. And the current climate as well in terms of governments and funding so for example, the US has reduced lots of their funding that used to be available around the world. But there are still grants that are available for collaborations. So for example, the British Council has funds, the Royal Society has funds, which are often between two countries, so between Britain and another country. And I find often PhD students are the best way of forming these collaborations. So if we have a good PhD student who can work in one country or the other, who can share data and techniques and maybe travel between the two, it's a fantastic way of starting that collaboration. But I have to admit, funding is always an issue, and we have to be as creative as we can. That said, I know that there are, like I said, the British Council and the Royal Society are keen to form these collaborations between the countries. So that's something that we could potentially explore. And I think sharing data, so if you have PhD students who want to work with us at Brunel, and then if we have PhD students who can work with you as well, that can do it almost, so it doesn't create new funding, but it creates that collaboration, which means applying for funding is easier. So I think that's often the way to explore some of this.
All right, hold on a moment.
Thank you so much, Professor, for a wonderful presentation. I would like to find out if your model is able to, or the effect of your system when a fish is moved from one aquatic environment to another environment. Is your system able to keep track of the changes, the effect of the change in environment on the fish? I don't know whether you get what I...
Good question.
You move a fish from Europe here to Africa here. Certainly the environments are not the same. So is your model, is it able to monitor change?
That's it. It's exactly what we try to do. Yeah. So what you may find is the species in one place is completely different. It's a different species, or it's the same species that's is eating something else. So maybe there's less of one species and more than another. So fish are very adaptive. They will change in different environments. So as you say, on the Nigerian coast, you may find the same species or a similar species that's actually behaving differently. It's eating differently. Maybe it's growing bigger and the water is warmer. So things are different. What this approach that we've started to explore, so we tried it between Canada and the North Sea, is trying to address exactly that. Can we build these food webs which are functional rather than based on individual species? So my simple answer is yes and no. It can, in theory, but it needs enough good data to be able to model that difference. So it's always, the model is only ever as good as the data that goes into it. But it's a really good question. And it's a difficult one to answer.
All right, thank you, Professor Nsukka. We will get back to you. We're grateful, and then we'll
okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me for this. I've really enjoyed talking to you all.
All right, so we move on. Before we proceed further, we want to welcome and introduce our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Simon Yu of Tuanya, who is ably represented by Professor Kamoru Usman, who has joined us during the interaction. You are welcome. Welcome. He is indeed an amiable person. If you have interacted with him, he's here to make this conference official. Very soon, he will be giving us a welcome address. Before that, we saw somebody in our midst. That person is no other than our own Dr. John Effiong. Cannot escape. But we didn't know that short people like this can have so much knowledge in them. I will tell you personally, I dreamt of artificial intelligence last night after his lecture. Please, can you come forward? We have a chair. Don't deserve to be there. Please come forward. We have a seat for you. We really benefited a lot from his lecture yesterday. He is the person that gave us that lecture in that conference workshop. Please, we invite you to join us here. while he's settling down, we will ask that our own Professor Kamoru Usman, the DVC Academics, who is representing the Vice Chancellor, will warm up to take the podium and give us the welcome address that we've been all waiting for. Prof. Sir, you have the podium. Please, let's appreciate him as he comes.
Chairman of the question, so I intend that maybe all the protocols must have been established, so I don't know the other people on the other aspect, the dean of the faculty of social sciences, and my good friend Professor Bako, former HOD of computer science, and other people behind the professors that are here, another faculty member of our great university, Lion and Lioness. This is not working well. Before I continue the address, I'm very proud to be here this morning, not only to be part of this conference, but also to partake in some of the knowledge sharing on the artificial intelligence and other related ICT development. Here, I'm also very proud to introduce somebody on this high table to you that I taught 35 years ago at secondary school level. I'm so proud of you. So he was my student in mathematics class, University Secondary School, 1989-90. So you are welcome to Nsukka. You are welcome. And since that time, since that time, 35 years ago, 35, and I was able to recognize him. Right? Before I go, I want to apologize on behalf of our assistant, Professor Simon Uchen Altraya, who has promised to be in this conference personally, but to attend to this occasion. So he has his address here that I'm going to paraphrase so that we can continue our conference. This is addressed by the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Professor Simon Uchen Altraya, on this occasion of the first international conference of this Department of Computer Science of our great university. The Vice Chancellor welcomes everybody to this occasion, and that the topic of this conference is very timely, and congratulate the department for breaking the ground for the first time after 50 years of existence to organize this international conference. I think we should clap for the department. After 50 years, they are able to organize one. I wouldn't say much about that. That the conference is so timely that this particular administration has its major focus on redesigning the university using the ICT-driven concept, and we have challenged the department to be on the driver's seat rather than allowing the non-ICT department to power ICT activities of the University of Nigeria. The Vice Chancellor is also very happy to inform us that recently the university secured some grants. One of them is $3 million
from French Development Agency to turn around our ICT. Also, another grant from EON XR Reality on the use of AI to digitalize the virtual to create digital laboratory and lecture materials for the course delivery in our university. This will no doubt change the face of our teaching and learning in the university. I'm very happy that the HOD of computer science is part of this development. Therefore, it's also informing us that it's very excited that the Department of Computer Science is being unbundled into running programs such as data science, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software science technology, as well as information technology. This is the right way to go. This will enable us to produce graduates of computer science who will specialize in their field of studies and are ready for industrial assignments. Therefore, the Vice Chancellor is very excited to welcome everybody to this occasion and wish everybody happy conference. Thanks for listening. I use this opportunity to declare this conference open. Thank you very much.
We will continue. We've made arrangements for an alternative public address. At this point, we will say that we are now sure and certain that our conference has started. A welcome address from our own Dean, Professor Paul M. Ejikeme, who is the Dean of Faculty of Physical Sciences, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. We want him to mount the podium at this point. Welcome, sir. I will hold it for you, sir. It looks like it doesn't go out in my own hand.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, the 16th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Professor Simon Uchenna Otanya, all other well-established protocols should take place while I quickly mention one or two things. We want to appreciate our resource persons that are here with us. This conference is a conference that is slightly different from the conferences we've been having here. Maybe because artificial intelligence is involved. Maybe because big data is involved. Maybe because
Thank you very much, Ambition, for rescuing us, even with big noise, as opposed to big data. Yeah, like I was saying, it's a conference like no other. As we can see that because these big things are involved, including artificial intelligence, we have people who have paid their dues in the industry here with us. And I say a very big thank you for coming, those of you who are coming from the industry. That is the spirit of town and gown, where town comprises of the industries and the gown has to do with those of us who are within the four walls of the university. It's also good to note that experts from around the world, UK, Canada, USA, and Nigeria here, people in the academia, industry, business, and research circles are here to be involved in this conference. As the Dean of the Faculty of Physical Sciences, I want to very sincerely appreciate the Vice Chancellor of the university and the University of Nigeria Senate for approving the unbundling of the Department of Computer Science to the extent that the department can now award degrees in not only computer science, but also in artificial intelligence and data science, cybersecurity, software science and technology, otherwise also known as software engineering, and information technology. This is a big one for our Department of Computer Science, and this is a big one for the faculty. Because the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step, I will freely inform our colleagues in the faculty that this unbundling and the awarding of degrees in these various areas is that one step that will lead to the Faculty of Computing in our university. I will call on our numerous illustrious graduates of computer statistics, computer mathematics, computer physics, and the computer science major to assist us in tackling issues associated with infrastructure involving students' classrooms, training facilities, staff offices, etc. This will definitely become a bigger issue with the unbundling that the University Senate has graciously approved for our faculty. I will want to end by saying that if those greater than 403 terabytes of data which are created every day on the internet are there, and if the social media contributes approximately 64% of this, and the fact that we over here have access to both, that the advent of AI, machine and deep learning, as well as the migration to the era of generative AI, that we, those of us who work around here or who work in the area of computer science will not have anything limiting us from competing with our colleagues outside here. Though Professor Nsukka said earlier that his group is open to collaboration, but not the type of collaboration where it will be a case of give me only. The type of collaboration where our research students at the master's and PhD levels can work with them, with their supervisors over here in Nigeria, can work with them out there to make their work a lot better. That is what one of the greatest professors we have in the university, who coincidentally hails from our faculty, Professor Fabian Ezema, has done with his students and those of us who are members of his research group. I enjoin the head of the Department of Computer Science and the leaders in Computer Science Department to clutch on to this very highly. On this note, I welcome us, since the Vice Chancellor has declared the conference open, I welcome us to be part of what is going to happen within this period, and especially to our students. Be rest assured, just like Professor Toka said, that you can send him an email, that you can contact him. Be rest assured that the future is definitely brighter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Awadin. You have indeed spoken like a father and a physical scientist. You know, in physical sciences, we appreciate data a lot. We consume data and we make use of it. We thank God for you. We continue to move forward without wasting much time. We will be taking our second keynote address. We plead with you to exercise patience. We will have a break at some point, but for now, let's get the nitty-gritty of what we have come here for. So at this point, we want to invite our own Mr. Emeka Onyokoro. I know that Mr. Emeka Onyokoro will be properly and formally introduced at the right time. We will also have another after him, we will have another keynote address coming from our own Carlo Donsi and Udunna and Nazodo. These are the three major keynote addresses we will have before we break out. However, before that, we will want the head of the Department of Computer Science to come forth and present his own welcome address. As he has prepared, we welcome Professor C.N. Udano to the podium to present his welcome address, while Mr. Emeka Onyokoro warms up for his keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. I said good morning, everyone. I'm glad that today has come to be. Can we just clap for ourselves for making this possible? I want to recognize the Vice Chancellor, who is ably represented here by our own dear Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Kamoru Usman. I want to also recognize my able dean, who has guided this process. I also want to apologize. This is our first time, so please forgive our mistakes. We will learn on the job. Thank you very much, and I want to appreciate all my colleagues who have made today possible. There are about 3 or 4 past head of departments here, including our chairman of today, Professor F.S. Bakbo. Thank you very much. I want to read a brief welcome address. It is with warmth and joy that I welcome everyone to this Median Conference hosted by this great department. Computer Science Department, though founded in 1975 as a combined honor program with mathematics, started awarding single honors degree in computer science in 1981. Through these years, the department has grown in leaps and bounds to the extent of producing 3 full professors in the last appraisal, making it a total of 4 full and 2 associate professors, respectively, in addition to over 90% of the teaching staff possessing doctorate degrees. In the last convocation, the department produced more than a dozen PhD graduates, in addition to several master's and first-degree graduates. The department has produced so many illustrious graduates in computer science major and combined honors in computer statistics, computer mathematics, and computer physics. These graduates are of no mean standing, being among the top global players in the IT space. Today, they are captains of industries and employers of labor. And we are very glad today that a good number of the 1996 sets of our alumni are in this hall today to witness this landmark event. Can we celebrate them? Today, the demand to study computer science is at its peak, and this development has seen the department being the #1 destination of fresh students. We have seen students change from such highly sought-after courses like medicine, pharmacy, engineering, etc. to computer science. In fact, the average class size in the department is about 400 students. This demand has stretched the facilities available in the department, coupled with the fact that in the journey to establishing a faculty of computing, new programs were recently approved for the department by the University Senate. And this includes cybersecurity, data science and AI, software engineering, and information technology. These new programs are expected to take off, God willing, by the 2025-2026 session, which is likely starting in October this year. In pursuit of knowledge and to stay abreast in the field of computing, which is constantly evolving, we have organized this first international conference on data-driven innovations and applications with the theme, Data from All, promoting data availability and inclusivity for underserved populations. There's no doubt that the world is more connected now than any other time in history, especially in the post-COVID-19 dispensation. With this connectivity, data is to the internet what blood is to human beings. It is estimated that approximately 402.74 million terabytes of data are created daily in the internet, with the social media contributing over 63.9% of this total from its over 5 billion active users worldwide. It would have been practically impossible to get values from these varieties of big data, but for the rescue of artificial intelligence with its offsprings, deep learning, machine learning, and generative AI. High-quality papers around the sub-themes of this conference were received and thoroughly reviewed by seasoned experts across the globe, and only the best were accepted. Experts from the UK, Canada, the US, and Nigeria will be speaking in this conference as keynote speakers, lead paper presenters, and as authors. The presenters will be speaking from across Africa, North America, and many parts of Nigeria. Please relax and pay keen attention to the exciting talks that will come forth in this conference. This conference is also an opportunity to meet people in the academia, industry, business, and research cycles. Use this opportunity to make contacts and increase your circle of network. You are welcome to ICDIA 2025. Welcome to a new possibility of data-driven innovation. Welcome to the next phase of computing. Welcome to the University of Nigeria, where the lions roar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Collins. You have spoken our mind as computer science department. God bless you for that. We will, at this point, go ahead with presentation of kola nut, which is already before us. So I invite Professor Francis Babo to take charge of this session.
Thank you, MC. Unfortunately, this mic is restrictive. Okay. All right, the mic is.
Thank you, Professor Babo, for directing me to do this on your behalf. Thank you, sir. Please, can the kola nut go to the Vice Chancellor? Please, no, don't worry. Please take to the Vice Chancellor to pick one. Give a head of department to keep one for the dean of the faculty. Because we are here, and we have a tradition here, we want any of the lecturers or participants that is from Nsukka Asadu Ideka Alumana to take one kola nut. Please, can you indicate so that we'll give you one kola nut? An indigene from Nsukka Asadu Ideka Alumana. And remember that being an indigene means you must speak in the language the kola nut will understand, because he doesn't understand English language. Is there nobody from Nsukka here? Okay, please take the kola nut to him. No, he doesn't come to take from you. You take to him. That is the respect we give to kola nut. Sit down, sir, and you collect the kola nut and do the needful when the time comes. Then, because the capital of this country is Abuja, and because we have somebody who is representing the high and mighty out there, officially or unofficially, please bring the kola straight to Emeka Onyokoro. This one will be for Mr. President. When you get to Abuja, you tell Mr. President that you came here and the University of Nigeria, through the Faculty of Physical Sciences and Department of Computer Science, delivered that kola nut for you to give to him. He knows, because he is aware that in Nigeria, the Yorubas grow kola nut. They plant it, they harvest it, they don't eat it. Sorry, if you're a Yoruba person, you didn't hear it from me. The Hausas eat kola nut. If you're an Hausa person here, you will understand what I mean. You can bring a kola nut and put it in your mouth and continue chewing. That is what we know. The Igbos neither grow nor eat kola nut. They venerate kola nut. These things we are doing now, there is no other place, other tribe that you can do that to break ordinary kola nut. So at that point, we will invite the son of the soil from Nsukka here to pray using the kola nut. At the end of that prayer, every other person that is having kola nut, except the one that will go to the president of the country, can break the kola nut. Chetakwa Noji Adeanu Beke. Thank you, sir. No, this cannot come down there. So on this note, please, can you come up here? If you speak from there, many people will not hear you. We want to hear the rhythm of that language. Yes, there's a chair here because you don't stand while doing that. Okay. In Nsukka tradition, you don't pray with the full kola nut. You break the kola nut, and then the person that will do the prayers will now use one loop of the kola nut to pray.
Ndị be anyị ndị jenu ndị bịara abịa ma jen n'ala Nsukka asado na ọjị anaghị anụ oyibo ma ọ naghị asụ oyibo n'ọba asụsụ ọdịnala ka anyị were ọjị kpeme ekpere keleme Chukwu. Eze Chito ka anyị na-ekele gị, anyị na-ayọ ọnụ gị. Obi jupụtara anyị n'ọṅụ maka ọgbakọ nke nta nke ofu department na mahadum anyị chịkọbara bụ kọmputa sayensị. Anyị na-ayọ ọnụ gị maka ndị bịara abịa, anyị na-ayọ ọnụ gị maka ụmụ anyị, ayọkwa gị maka ndị nkụzi anyị na ụmụ akwụkwọ. Anyị na-asị gị Eze Chito ekele dịrị gị n'aha Jizọs. Dịka ọgbakọ ha na-amalite, anyị sịrị ka bịa were ọnọdụ bụrụ onye isi oche ya ile ha ya akpa nta nwabe ka ọ bụrụ ya weta ọganiru na mvunye elu na kọmputa sayensị dịka department gaa n'iru wetokome mvunye elu na mahadum anyị bụ University of Nigeria. Anyị na-ekele gị sị ka ijiri ndị ile ha bịara abịa ya ekwu okwu ya akụzi anyị ihe kwara ngwa ọrụ ka ị na-ega nke ọma na nchịkọta elile ka evunye naanị gị elu. Anyị kpere nke a n'aha Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị. Amen.
Okanya Tadeus, comrade, we appreciate you for the prayers. Please, the Dean of Faculty, you can go ahead and break your kola nut so that others will share in it. If the Vice Chancellor wishes to share with the Dean, that will not be too bad. On this note, I hand over to the official MC. I want to hand over to you. Leave that one. The head of the department can sort it out while you take over your job from here. Thank you very much.
My Dean, you seem to be even doing the work better than me. That tells you that we have a very proactive and versatile Dean. May we clap for him and appreciate him. He's a man who has traveled wide, and he is actually making use of his experiences. We are moving forward. At this point, I expect that the garden egg and the cola will get to everybody. Dr. Ogushiwu is already on it. While that is being done, we will not stay idle. We will go ahead now and listen to our own Mr. Emeka Onyokoro. He is the CEO. He is actually going to be formally introduced by Professor Gozene, who happens to be his classmate also. All right, I have been told he is a senior. However, I have seen a lot of affiliation between them. So I invite you, Professor Gozene, to come, take the podium, and formally introduce keynote speaker. Thank you.
My solid colleague, Dr. Ukegwe, you are actually articulating some sentiment I've had since 2006. No, I think 2016, 6th of August, when the group, the 2006 set, when they had their homecoming. 1996, yes, forgive me. You know, because of the dangers and the panic of the first cast yesterday, some of us are still jittery, but I hear they've called out the strike, so forgive that error. The 1996 set had their homecoming in 2016. And I was there. I wished I was a member of that set. And you can see the synergy, the fraternity, the way and manner they organize themselves around things that pertain to their sets and things that pertain to the department. They made a huge donation at that moment. But it is not here that I will tell you what exactly transpired, but I think by virtue of the benevolence of literature, we have some of their contributions to the department here and there. My role now is to present to you the man they call Emeka Onyokoro. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, ably represented by the acting Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, my powerful dean, my HOD. We have, and ladies and gentlemen, lions and lionesses, we have a man here we are all proud to associate with. While I was saying this, the immediate past Senior Ceremonial Committee Chairman, and who is also the Director of Utilities of the University, in the person of a humble giant, Professor Chuma Bennett Wanguma, walked in. Thank you, Professor, for coming here. Ibo Yenkem, you're most welcome. Professor of Biochemistry. You can imagine how we are mixing and integrating with those across us, both vertically and horizontally. And I continue with the assignment I've just been given. My brothers and sisters, I like to call Emeka Onyokoro my brother. When I saw him this morning, I said to him that his reputation precedes him. And for our students, please watch carefully. When the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor walked in, he recognized him and said he taught him mathematics in secondary school. That rang a bell in my head, that it is important how we carry ourselves and how we carry out the responsibilities assigned to us. We can see the way and manner they reconnected with each other after 35 years of departure. Students, please bear in mind that this is quite significant and has several implications. And look at the man standing here before us. I tell you, the way he looks now is exactly the same way he looked when he was in school. Very collected, very organized, very articulate, very positive, very determined, very resourceful, very progressive, and upwardly mobile. And he is here in many capacities, not just as a dear friend of a humble Agosian, but as a resource center, not just an individual, for our department. You would like to know, Emeka Onyokoro, like has been severally mentioned, is an alumnus of the Department of Computer Science, and he is also the Group Executive Director of 4 Core Integrated Services Limited in Abuja, a company that is driven by a vision to reform the public sector by energizing key economic sectors and translating policies into services, using technology solutions and sustainable business models, with overarching objective of achieving widespread social impact and transformation. And a while ago, our dean mentioned the concept of translating academic gowns and uniting them academic gowns with towns. Emeka Onyekoro is a recipient of the prestigious Africa Illustrious Award of 2024, an award that celebrates the continent's icons and champions of excellence. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? He has core competencies in financial services technology, public sector consulting, World Bank projects, business startups and strategy development and implementation, poverty alleviation in developing economies using digital technology, operations management, and business process improvement. How did you? I will not let you go unless you bless me. Mr. Onyekoro has served in the following capacities: in technology services, as a technology services consultant with over 27 years of experience working for some of the largest technology companies in the world, servicing the financial services industry, oil and gas industry, and public sector in the West African sub-region. He has 10 years of expertise in domestic LPG value chain in Nigeria, and chief executive of one of the Nigerian LNG DLPG off-taker companies and member of the Nigerian LPG Off-Takers Association. A public sector consultant with over 20 years of experience working in World Bank related World Bank funded federal government projects in Nigeria, including, can I mention this? The GIFMIS, the IPs, the IPs. IP is quite significant here, and I know you have several calls to answer. And multiple state and local government reform projects. He is also a principal consultant and project auditor for the NCC, Nigerian Communication Commission, SIM registration project audit. He has expertise in renewable energy and the LPG market in West Africa. He is a consultant and council member, Jason Lehman Group Incorporated, New York. A successful IT management and sales career spanning over 24 years with 15 years of senior management experience, among many other positions. He is, ladies and gentlemen, a member of Computer Professionals of Nigeria, it should be expected, and a member of National Association of Petroleum Explorationists, the NAPE. Thank God the strike has been called off, otherwise you issue an order of mandamus from here for them to reopen filling stations. I'd like to welcome a giant in humble clothing, a lion in sheep's leather, a powerful man, a family man, an organized human being who is an inspiration to many, both vertically and horizontally. Emeka Onyekoro, do kindly, in your humble state, take over the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Agozie, for your very kind introduction. The Vice Chancellor, ably represented by the DVC academics, and my teacher of more than 35, he's actually more than 35 years, so Professor Usman, it's a pleasure to be here to reconnect with you today. Thank you. Lions and lionesses. In my days, when you say lions and lionesses, the roar is very loud. I don't know what's going on with you people. Lions and lionesses. Are you hungry? Lions and lionesses. That's a bit better. Maybe, I don't know whether the garden egg has reached you people, or me, we have eaten here also. I'm
incredibly honored to be here, and I want to enjoin you, especially the students here, to put a round of applause for the organizers of this conference. It's the maiden edition. You don't know how privileged you are as students to be witnessing this. We didn't have this opportunity in our days as students. So please, once again, a round of applause for them. Good morning, distinguished guests, faculty, my fellow lions and lionesses. Nsukka deje no une maga, une di choi keteke. Fantastic. I am here today filled with immense pride to deliver this keynote titled Building a Data-Driven Future for All, Strategies for Promoting Data Literacy and Capacity Building in Underserved Communities.
Introducing 4Core Integrated Services. 4Core Integrated Services is an ideation-driven company founded on innovation, value creation, and operational excellence. More than just a solutions provider, we are strategic thinkers, problem solvers, and enablers of sustainable development. Proudly indigenous, proudly Nigerian. Our story. 4Core was originally established to bridge a critical efficiency gap in Nigeria's technology landscape. Basic IT processes were often mishandled by unqualified practitioners, causing inefficiencies across sectors. In response, we began by delivering essential but often overlooked services like project management, process auditing, IT deployment, and general technology implementation. This foundation of reliability and deep technical execution laid the groundwork for the 4Core we are today, a key innovation partner driving real transformation across Nigeria and beyond. What we do: 4Core Integrated Services delivers tailored solutions across vital sectors with a focus on creating real measurable value. From digital revenue platforms to health sector automation, 4Core has executed high-impact projects across the country, helping clients increase operational efficiency, reduce costs, and deliver public value. Our contributions include ICT and digital solutions, smart systems, automation, and digital infrastructure, project management and consultancy, strategic advisory, and end-to-end execution, innovation and ideation, designing systems, platforms, and processes to solve complex real-world problems. Healthcare technology, deployment of hospital management information systems in over 30 hospitals nationwide. Public finance and revenue optimization, supporting state governments with central billing systems and digital revenue collection. Lending marketplace, powering access to finance by creating a credit marketplace for over 100 lending organizations, enabling over 1 million Nigerians to access loans. We power the technology behind critical government platforms, building secure, intelligent systems that simplify complex processes and drive national transformation. The 4Core difference. At 4Core, we are not just building solutions, we are building the future of service delivery in Africa. As an ideation company, we challenge outdated systems, reimagine processes, and deploy smarter technologies that work. We are deeply rooted in local knowledge, yet boldly global in vision. From health and security to infrastructure and fintech, we are transforming the way services are delivered and ensuring that no one is left behind. 4Core Integrated Services, where innovation meets impact. Introducing 4Core Integrated.
Thank you very much. Sorry for that interlude, should have come before the introduction, but it's all well and good. Can we put up the slides down so that I can go on with my, yes. Next slide, please. We've already dealt with this. Can you move to the next slide, please? Sorry. Thank you. So for me, this is a homecoming with a purpose, and that purpose is the power of data. It's an absolute honor to stand before you today, my alma mater, where my journey began many years ago. A lot of you don't know, I was born here at Bishop Shanahan Hospital in Nsukka here. I attended nursery school at Diogracia's Nursery School in campus here. It used to be at the junior staff quarters in those days. I attended primary school at the university school, the primary school here. As also mentioned by Professor Usman, I also attended secondary school here at University Secondary School. Then, of course, a great lion, I graduated from the Computer Science Department of UNN. So as we say, I'm a complete son of the soil. Nsukka Dejen, Majen Oro. So today we are going to talk about something as essential as oxygen, but often invisible, and that is data. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to bombard you. I know we've had a very technical session earlier. I'm not going to bombard you with technicalities. I'm going to keep it quite simple. I'll try to give short stories and relatable examples. So let's start. Now, show of hands. Who here has used data today? Show of hands. Okay, let me rephrase the question. Who has checked their phones, scrolled through social media, or checked even the weather app? You see? So we have all used data in one form or the other today. We use data every day. So data isn't just for tech people. Data is an invisible thread weaving through our daily lives, from the food we order to even the taxis like Bolts we book as we move around. Sorry, there's a little technical glitch. I want us to go through this together so that we can see my presentation. Here with me. Okay, we're back on track. Okay, so we've come a long way from our days at the Abuja building, as you can see here, where our department used to be in those days. We were there yesterday to the new building. So, you know, it's a long transition. So having grown up in this community, some of you may not know, this building where we are today, the Prince Alexandria Auditorium, used to be a bombed out relic of the Civil War. Some of you may not remember. It used to house the security department along this space and some portion of the Division of Planning Unit, which was on the other side. And this was many, many years ago. Now, let's examine what we mean by data literacy. Next slide, please. Next slide. So imagine you've gone to a Ogige market to buy ingredients for your okra soup. And you buy okra, you buy uziza, fresh fish, beef, crayfish, ogiri, and all the other items. Now, all these things are what you call your raw data. They are separate, unconnected things in your basket. On their own, a piece of beef isn't soup. A single okra isn't soup. This is like having a spreadsheet full of numbers and names. It's just raw data. Now, data literacy is simply your knowledge and ability to turn these ingredients into a delicious pot of soup. Now, data literacy is knowing that you must wash that okra first. It's knowing that you need to boil the meat to make stock. It's knowing that you have to add your crayfish and ogiri at different times so that the flavor comes out. Now, if you look at what I have here, the knowledge of making that soup, that's data literacy. Buying the ingredients, that is data collection. Washing and prepping, That is data cleansing. Knowing when to add, ingredients and what to add. That's data analysis. Testing to check seasoning and taste. And that is data interpretation. Now, serving that delicious pot of soup, that's data communication. And eating the soup, that's data consumption. Next slide. Now, thank you. Data literacy empowers us to make informed decisions. Now, to elaborate on this, I will take you back to my UNN days as well. I'm sure some of you can recognize this building. That's the Akintola Hall. We used to call it the White House in those days, And there was a special thing about Akintola Hall. It was Uwe's Canteen. Those of you that live there, you will know Uwe's Canteen had this legendary pepper soup and bread, Now, as legendary as his pepper soup was, Uwe also had this legendary notebook where people put down their names. At the beginning of the semester, guys will come, deposit money with Uwe, register their names in his ledger. Now, as the semester wore on, as the semester goes on, your funds begin to come down. You're eating your money away. And then you begin to adjust your behavior accordingly. Now, how does this relate to data literacy? One, knowing what matters. That is, knowing how much money you still had left in Uwe's notebook. Two, tracking it. Assigning for each meal you eat so that you can track your expenses. The third one, of course, using it to make decisions. By that time, you will know, based on how much remaining you have with Uwe, when to start skipping meals. In those days, we had the concept of 101, 010. I don't know whether it means anything to you people, but in those days, if you have 111, that's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you eat breakfast, skip lunch, eat dinner, that's 101. If you skip dinner and breakfast, and then eat only lunch, that's 010. Now, after a while, of course, when the money completely finished, if you're lucky, it's mango season. You will have 00 mango. By then, your money has completely run out. That's when you know that you will send your SOS message home so that they will bring money to you. Next slide, please. So imagine, let's scale this up. Now imagine a rural farmer in Ebonyi State that belongs to a small cooperative of farmers. An agricultural extension worker comes to educate them on when and how to plant and use fertilizers. Now, this is an example of how access to information can empower underserved communities. That's the transformative power of data literacy. This is not just numbers on a screen, but keys to opportunities, empowerment, and progress. Next slide. Data literacy is a universal skill for all. Imagine having access to data that provides information on all the companies in Nigeria with available space for industrial attachment. Imagine being able to create such an information portal that can transform the lives of many students. I'll tell you another story. Some of you here might remember. In our days at computer science, through the association NACOS, National Association of Computer Science Students, we used to organize, we organized a couple of trips. The memorable one was the one we went to Lagos to visit some of the big companies. Now, some of us ended up doing IT in those companies, and eventually some of us ended up working for those companies. Now, that's the power of collaboration and access to information. Data is useful for everyone, not just students or workers, but also every citizen. Now, there's a clear gap in data access. That's the gap we must close, not just for them, but for all of us. Next slide. Now, data empowers individuals for growth. Let's look at a simple example of everyday data literacy. Most of you here are too young to remember Fabian. Perhaps some of our professors here can remember him. Now, Fabian sold cigarettes opposite Obakenswa Ref. Now, he started with a small table, but over the years, he grew into a major corner store, selling almost anything from rechargeable lamps to batteries. How did he achieve this? He achieved this by doing the following thing. One, Fabian learned the key lecture schedules and knew when there was high demand in between lectures. This is demand data. Two, Fabian hired 2 helpers. This is team capacity. 3, Fabian expanded to drinks, bread, and other fast-moving items. This is called scaling up. Now, that's capacity building, equipping people with the skills, tools, and infrastructure to grow. Now, another round of teasers. How many of you here, students, this is especially for you, how many of you here have side hustles in school? None of you. Nobody has a side hustle. I can see some people. Okay. How many of you have ever tracked those side hustles with your expense and your sales in a notebook? Anyone? That's data literacy. Okay, that first notebook of yours is your first spreadsheet in business. Next slide. Now, let's look at the challenge facing mass data literacy. Now, to address mass data literacy, there are 3 giant roadblocks that stand in our way. The first roadblock is access. No internet access, no power, no devices. The second challenge is skills gap. Now, the term data literacy sounds like a foreign language to a lot of people. The third issue or third barrier is called trust deficit. The question is, people ask, why do I need to share my data? Who benefits if I share this data? Now, let's take a look at each of these in details. The first one I mentioned was access. Many individuals in underserved communities lack necessary devices or internet connectivity to access critical data resources. And this is creating a significant barrier for effective data utilization. Next slide. Next one is the skills gap. The concept of data literacy can seem very intimidating, leaving many feeling excluded. Simplifying this concept can empower individuals to engage with data in meaningful ways. You, as students, can empower relatives in your villages and other underserved communities by teaching them the value of record keeping. Your contribution to bridging this skills gap is something that will be transformational. Next slide. The third issue is what we call trust issues. Now, building trust in data sharing is crucial. Many people are hesitant to share their information due to fears of exploitation, misuse, which can also hinder community progress. Now, information sharing will not diminish you, it will empower you. When a community is collectively empowered, it creates collective wealth. Next slide. It's not all bad news. There's some good news, and we're not starting from the scratch. Across Africa, especially here in Nigeria, people are already solving some of these problems with clever little local solutions. Now, let's examine a couple of those examples. We call them innovative solutions. Innovative solutions are emerging in various regions. For instance, mobile-first learning initiatives that allow individuals to access traditional content via their phones. This is significantly enhancing their data skills. Now, most of us today consume content daily, from YouTube tutorials to almost anything from making ayaroka to replacing solar panels, all through your mobile devices. This is the power of today's mobile devices. Things we could not even imagine in our student days have become a way of life for you all today. Transformative education. There are other transformative solutions in STEM education that are empowering secondary level students through data literacy. Now, teaching data skills, especially at secondary level, can transform the fortunes of young students in readiness for the digital age. Now, these are analysts and dashboard specialists who help banks, hospitals, and companies make smarter evidence-based decisions. Next slide. The one that doesn't require too much is what I call freelancing, and that's where you use the knowledge in your head. Freelancers are independent workers offering data services like analysis, reporting, and AI models using skills like data science, analytics, and BI. Freelancers are those offering freelance data services to clients around the world through platforms like Upwork and Fiverr. Next slide. Now let's look at some real-life Nigerian data heroes. One is the POS agent. The other one is students like you hustling in schools around the country. Now the POS agent. How many of you in the past 1 week have used the services of a POS agent? Anybody? Okay. Do you know that 5 years ago, the POS agent phenomenon was still an emerging trend in the economy? Today, every nook and cranny of this country has POS agents operating and providing financial services to citizens, and also creating jobs for tens of thousands of Nigerian youths. Now, POS operators, they play a crucial role in the financial services value chain, particularly during month-end and public holidays when cash demand is high and the banks are closed. They stock up cash in anticipation of this high demand. This is what we call financial weather forecast. Next slide. School hustle. I asked a question, a lot of you were, I don't know whether you were shy about it. It is a noble thing to have a school hustle. to have a side business. And I'll tell you my own story. My friends and I ran a business center in number 1 JC Nwobodo Street. That was Terence's flat many years ago. We had computers, printers, etc. We used to help final year students, type their projects. We also used to create engineering drawings, and then PowerPoint had just come out with CorelDRAW. You know how difficult it is to use those things to create engineering drawings. We developed those skills, and we were using those for our side hustles. We prepared in advance using data, both for exams and exam season, data we collected from previous years, knowing which exams are coming when, and helping students prepare. And of course, with the spare cash we were making those days, we would visit Oba Joint in New Anglican Road, where we would go and steam off with some Oba and Abacha with palm wine. And that was the fruit of our labor in the side hustle we had in those days. Next slide. Now let's look at some emerging fields that you can dominate. These are also opportunities for you as students. I'll take 3 examples as well. The first one is generative AI. The next one is data storytelling. The third one is AI safety. Now, first of all, let's simplify what we mean by generative AI. Think of it as a super smart digital artist or a writer that has been trained on a massive amount of data. That's like text, images, and codes. It doesn't analyze data only. It creates new original things based on what it has learned. Some examples you already know are like ChatGPT, DeepSeek, etc. for text. You have Midjourney for images and models that can generate music or video. Now, what are the opportunities that exist for generative AI? Your degree, whether it's in computer science, engineering, mathematics, physics, or fields like linguistics, has provided you with a strong analytical foundation. Now, generative AI sits at the intersection of coding, data, and creativity, skills you're already developing. Now, here are some examples of emerging fields you can dominate. The first one, like I said, the AI solution developer for local industries. An example is a Niger Pidgin to English AI tutor, building a generative AI tool that helps people learn English but understands common Nigerian Pidgin phrases and cultural context. Another one is AI prompt engineer and content strategist. Example, localizing global content. Let's take, for instance, a bank in Lagos that wants to use AI to create customer education blogs. Your job would be to be that person prompting the AI to explain blockchain technology in simple terms using analogy related to, for instance, Alajo, that's traditional thrift collectors, or the one we all know, Isusu savings. Now, the world of AI moves fast, but your unique advantage as a UNN graduate is your deep understanding of a massive, vibrant, and complex market, Nigeria. Combine your technical skills with these cultural insights, and you will be unstoppable. Next one is data storytelling. Sorry, I think we're losing, okay. Data storytelling. Now, what is data storytelling in simple terms? Imagine you have a huge pile of numbers and statistics in a spreadsheet. A data storyteller is that person who takes those boring numbers and turns them into a compelling story with a clear beginning, middle, and end. They utilize visuals such as charts, graphs, and dashboards to make the data easier to understand. Their goal is to answer 3 questions. 1, what happened? That is the situation. 2, why does this matter? That's the conflict or insight.
Evolve now, if they work. Connect us to the hall now.
I'm not
Hello,
there.
we can't. I think the network. I think network at the light. I don't know what's happening.
I saw a message there that NEPA has struck.
Oh,
But I can hear
NEPA.
Yvonne. I can hear
Oh my
Yvonne
God.
very clearly.
Edeke.
Get some is there. He was liking when you enjoyed himself. He didn't even tell me to catch up with him.
Oh well, let's be.
I forget. Sorry if I enter you no call you no vex. Now I forget, no vex, my
See,
brother.
get some big boy.
No vex, I think I'll beg you. No vex.
It's okay,
Maybe
we'll
forgot
catch
say
up.
I forget say you do you. I don't just vex, my brother. No vex.
Headache is everywhere. So what's going on? They've abandoned us here, Abi?
Yes, we have to come back to Nigeria and rescue the nation.
I'll come.
That's okay.
What's going on? They've abandoned us here.
Check now. Can somebody call anybody that is on site to know what's happening?
This Ugochukwu Ene, is that Agozie? Oh dear. Let me try to call Kalu. I think he's in that hall. I'll be right back.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. OG Bengus. OG Bengus. OG Bengus. OG Bengus. I must catch you this evening. You know, I sneak into Abuja. So come and catch me. Come and catch me this evening. At this Stratton.
What happened? They still don't cut off.
ESB is trying to reach out to know what's happening.
Oh yes, OGB ahead.
Hey, Gestomania.
Dogu.
OGB, I want delicacy for Abuja. Those are not the dream here, but I chop well.
Escapando, you come big more now. What happened? You were losing weight the other time.
I still lose weight. I did with you this evening. Look, we catch up after work. Yes, we'll catch up. That's it. We'll catch up this evening.
Okay, no worry. I did now.
I'll call you.
Okay.
OGB. If we're gonna give me
Papi, how now? Papi's in the house. Papi's in the house. Igwemba. Papa Chilakwe.
I thank you.
This is a loaded house. So IGD here. Chilak will be here.
Alarm. I start alarm, so I start ID.
Today, I don't know say that today the thing be, so I miss him.
ID. Somebody asked whether na class 96 program with this. It be like because only us stay here. People, I greet you.
Nse.
Ah, people, you abandon me now. You
OGB.
don't abandon me. Eh? IG, Alpha.
I reached Nsukka yesterday. I didn't say the thing na yesterday. I don't know say na today.
Hey, you don't work.
So I just dey enter back Port Harcourt.
Ah, oh no, tight. But you see,
I talk with him. I've been talk with him.
Okay. Oh boy, government work don't give me come. My boss go leave, start to leave on Monday, so I'm acting here. So I couldn't leave.
So
See your message.
I'm speaking with Kalu. They were not aware that they were offline. The thing is still going on, so they are checking now.
ESB.
So, Oji
Come back. Your community needs you. Come back.
with the come.
ESB, your community is looking for you.
Oji bye. with the come.
They come. I beg, how you do the day? My daughters.
Then they're fine, you know. Then they're fine. So they
You
say
promised me,
that they say they're having network issues.
Okay,
But
we are well.
as soon as possible that they'll be able to return back.
You promised to come last year. Are you coming this Christmas?
Oji bye.
Yes, I promise.
Oji bye.
If you don't come this year, I will come and look for you again.
We are waiting for you. You know, was it on Saturday or Sunday?
Don't come this Christmas. I will come and look for you again. As I take come find you for this, now so I will take come find you again. You
know how the phone will bring you historic stuff and say on these days and so they, give you historic stuff, right? So was it on Saturday or Sunday? It brought up you again. It brought you up in that when we were at was it Leeds? I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, oh, GB. Okay, I think is that something coming up now?
But diaspora people, I don't see any diaspora person here. Not American diaspora. Escapado,
They
you're
still they
muted.
sleep.
I know they hear.
They still
You're
they
muted.
sleep.
We're not here.
I'm saying that we can't see Grace, Precious, and
They're
the
still
rest.
sleeping.
No, they don't wake
Where
up.
is the man? Austin
It's
Akwarandu.
7
Where is
a.m.
Austin
now.
Akwarandu? Evom,
Oh boy.
produce Austin Akwarandu.
Ah. Austin Aquaram is an essential commodity. Once in a while, he will just appear, mommy.
I can't forget that guy in a lifetime. That guy is
Another
something
wait,
else. Mike is connecting.
Mike is here.
Mickey is here now.
Mickey day here now. See Mickey now. Mickey day here.
Okay,
Mikey,
Mikey.
what's up?
Is that Chilaka on the mic?
Mikey Mickey.
Thanks to my consistent.
Mickey.
Yes, so Escapando.
Okay, they are back.
Okay.
They are back.
I think you have to mute now. Yeah, they're back.
Thanks to myself. So I want to encourage you people not just to acquire a certificate and say I'm ready to work, to broaden your skill acquisition and keep an open mind while you tell yourself the truth and not be entitled. Thank you. My name is Chilak and Jok. I'm the CEO of
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mwachukwu Chimamaka Florence. My name is Wachku Chimdindu Franklin, and I'm going Visionaries, philanthropies, visionaries true. We welcome you with gratitude. We celebrate your impact in our lives. With gratitude, we welcome you today. Philanthropist, your kindness finds its way. Philanthropist, your kindness finds its way to our hearts and lives. To our hearts and lives in need of care. Your impact is felt beyond compare. Distinguished guests with hearts of gold, inspires us to philanthropy, visionaries, philanthropies, visionaries true.
Good day, mommies and daddies. We, the family of late Ugochukwu, we are here to thank you. We are here to return the glory. We are here to appreciate you for all you've been doing in our lives. We can never thank you enough. Word cannot say it all. All thanks to Dr. Modesta, who has been pioneering this whole thing with the help of other teams, Uncle Emeka Yokoro, and the rest of you, which I cannot start naming one after the other. I'm so grateful. If not for you people, I don't know. I don't know the extent these children would have been with their education. Because 5 years ago, 2020, when this tragic occurred to us, I was on the sick bed. I didn't even know what life has in store for me. Honestly, I was thinking of how to go about the whole thing. With the surgery and everything. Some of you knew my story. It was my brother-in-law, Dr. Okudiliwonsu, who told me that they want to speak with me when I'm here, when I'm ready, when I'm okay. And I told him, if I'm ready, I will let him know. So when I'm strong enough, and I told me, I spoke with one of you, Uncle Emeka Onyokoro. He now told me everything. When they told me all this, I was thinking that they only want to console us. I thought it was a condolence. Honestly speaking, I never expected this. Mouth cannot say it all. To the extent of training these children. Then my daughter was just 7 years old, primary 3. You can imagine now she's going for JS3. All thanks to God, with the help of you and your team. I can never thank you enough. Not just that, you people helped to facilitate my program. After my first degree, before this thing happened, it was because of the help that you people relieved me from their education. I was able to further with my master's. I have my certificate now. I even showed, I often forwarded the certificate to you. And also, I picked form for PhD. As I'm talking to you now, I've already finished my classwork, waiting for my thesis to be over. All thanks to God. In this life, you should not give up. I'm just using this opportunity to tell other people out there, never you lose hope. Your miracle is on the way. God is still saying something. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
All right, thank you very much. The class of 96, you can see your investment is not being wasted. It's yielding fruits. At this point, without wasting time, we want to give the class of 96 a certificate of participation, and I invite our own HOD, Professor Sian Udano, to step forward with the Dean of Faculty of Physical Sciences, while the class of 96 receives their awards. So,
thank you very much. It's not specifically class of 96. We have a certificate of recognition for our sponsors, which the class of 96 is one of them, being led by our own Emeka Anyokoro. And I will invite our dean to, yes, I will invite the dean, and then I'll invite the VC, who is represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, to please help us and give these awards. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of the Vice Chancellor of our great university, Faculty of Physical Sciences, and the Computer Science Department, we hereby present this certificate of recognition to 4 core integrated sciences, services rather, for their contributions to the Department of Computer Science. We are all about this. We're asking for more. Just like we are unbundling the department, we will need a very mighty building to house the Faculty of Computing Sciences. Thank you very much.
Okay, please, one, please. Okay, Great Majesty Hotel. Is there anybody from Great Majesty Hotel here? Nobody. Is there anybody? What's the man? Yeah. Okay, nobody from there. Anybody from Oracle Academy? Oracle, they are online. Anybody from Bestie Noodles? Bestie Noodles, anybody? Okay. Anybody from Communication and Physical Sciences, our faculty journal? Okay. I think we can hand this over later. Thank you very much, my PC. Let's put our hands together once again.
All right, so we are moving forward and making progress. Let's be aware that this conference is a hybrid conference. We also have our colleagues who are online at this point. Dr. Blessing Obokiri is online. Dr. Tinedum Woye is also online. Dr. Anazodo is also online, who will be presenting her paper in a while. So at this point, we have to take our group photograph. Then Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics will be having a group photograph. And I know also that the class of 96 will also be having a group photograph. While they step out for that, we want to also inform the Oracle group that you are next to present. We are expecting that you prepare for your presentation in a while. While we do that, please, the DJ give us an interlude as we invite the Oracle group. That, I understand the Oracle group is already on for the presentation. So I will invite the head of department to introduce the Oracle team formally while they take off. their presentation.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we're running behind schedule. The Oracle team, which is led by the Oracle Academy, is one of our partners in this department, and we've been working closely with them. And one of the things we want to do very soon is to begin to teach Oracle courses that will lead to certification, so that while a student is here, that student is already working his or her way to Oracle certification. We know that Oracle is the world leader in database. So this afternoon, they will be speaking to us on the topic, transforming complex data into action, the power of data visualization in driving innovation. And the speaker is Jeffrey Amatri, Master Principal Engineer, Oracle. So Jeffrey, if you are ready, please, you can take it up from here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. Let me just share my screen. Okay. All right. Okay. So just confirm you can see my screen. Everyone can see it and you can hear me clearly.
Yes, Jeffrey, I can see your screen and I can hear you clearly.
Okay. All right. With all protocols observed, start by introducing myself. My name is Jeffrey Makri. Principal, Master Principal Account Cloud Engineer, more focus around database platform. And today the focus will be around analytics itself, which is what I will try and run quickly. I know we don't have much time, but I will try and see if I can keep it within the allotted time slot. So just a safe harbor statement. So let me just dive into what exactly we want to talk about today. So when we look at businesses, because I am one of the speaker, Mr. Mecca was talking about people also trying to see how they could also do some form of side also, why some might start one or two businesses on the side, while still running their program. But while you're doing your business, you're basically playing with data, and we can categorize the users, into three categories. First is the consumer. That's where we have more of the business leaders or those end users that ends up using the data itself. And I know you mentioned some few things, when you talk about data consumption. So for some, they basically struggle in terms of understanding the data itself. So how do they really get the right answer that they are actually seeking for? So that is one of the major problems in which the Oracle Analytics platform will help address. Then, of course, you have the analyst. Analysts they use most of the time departmental tools. Some tools, they're good, but do they actually help in areas where you need to harmonize the different data, understanding the entire process itself from the point where you look at the sources and the data ingestion to the point where the information is actually being visualized. So the analysts are looking what are the best ways in which they can reduce those complexity and be able to provide the right kind of tools for people to use. Then, of course, you have the architect. Governance is a major part, which always comes into play. And most of the time, what we've also seen is that people use fragmented tools and as well as fragmented sources. So in all of this, what Oracle is trying to do, or what we've been working on, not trying to do, because that's what we've been working on and we have available is more of our analytics to solve that problem. So we can actually look at the capabilities and as well as the solution to those problems that we've highlighted earlier. So as you can see on the slide, the consumers are struggling because they do not know how to build the story behind that data itself. So what exactly is Oracle looking at? Because we want to empower the users, we're looking at capabilities like Gen AI, where they can actually use also natural language to also interact with the information that they already have. While for the analysts, they also have issues where, because they are using fragmented tools and they're using more of a departmental visualization tool, they find out trying to bring all of this together seems to be a problem, and it's taking much more longer time. We want to improve productivity. So it means they need to start looking at machine learning models that they can actually bring into the tool itself and be able to use those machine learning models to accelerate some of their day-to-day activities in terms of getting more insights of the data that they already have. So, which is one of the things Oracle is bringing to our end users. Then, of course, for the architect, we've talked about the data silos. Typically, as we know, based on research, it says 80% of the data that we have actually unstructured data and 20% are actually structured. But when you look at the destination or where each of these unstructured data are, it's a bit of a chaos. So the architect wants to solve that. So one easier way is to actually bring all of this information together into one central repository where the data can actually be trusted. And that way, those models that have been looked at, that can be used, can actually be applied on the data itself. And for Oracle, part of our strategy is to also ensure that as business users uses AI and ML with the Oracle database, they do not really need to take their data out of their own environment to go train the models, but rather from within their own environment itself, they're using their own data and they're getting the desired outcome. Okay, so the next segment also shows us in terms of how we've categorized these different users and in terms of the different capabilities that they can actually use. So for the consumers, we're looking at self-service analytics. And if we're looking at self-service analytics, what exactly will they be doing? So they'll be doing more of storytelling, visualization. They will take advantage of the mobile application, and they can actually collaborate with others. Because when we look at data science, for example, there are a whole lot of roles that falls into play. One person might not be able to do everything. So you need to collaborate with other people that you're probably working with, on a project or part of the business. It is necessary to collaborate. Then, of course, as Mr. Baker mentioned during his speech, data preparation becomes an essential part. You need to prepare the data. Because if you don't prepare the data, then of course it might be garbage in, garbage out. Then of course, for the analysts, then they can now start using tools like chatbot or voice. So it means you can actually embed chatbots with your analytics platform. And for the end users, they can actually communicate with the data using natural language. It's more of like asking Nsukka, what's my revenue or what's our revenue for calendar year 2024, for example. You're actually interacting with your data using natural language. Then, of course, we have generative AI, and you can also bring in machine learning models. Now, when we look at the architect, because their responsibility cuts across the enterprise, they are not looking at departmental operations like marketing or IT or other lines of business. Basically, what they're doing is to cover the entire enterprise itself. Then they will start looking, how do we actually bring in this model that can actually fit into each and every one of them issues that exist within the organization. At the same time, looking at dashboards or reports, standard reports that will be required by maybe some business owners, or some key players or stakeholders within the business itself, and having full understanding of the data. So if we just take a quick view of how Oracle has also brought in the AI and ML into the role of these three different group of people that we've actually started talking about, which is the consumers, the analysts, and the architect. We start looking at where for consumers they ask questions using natural language. They also embed generative assistance, that is Gen AI assistance, with the data itself to be able to explore further. And because for some of you, you might have also played around with like Grok or ChatGPT, where you actually ask it to explain some things further, and which is one of the beauty about what Oracle has also done within the tool, where you can see a graph, maybe like a pie chart, and you're asking it to actually interpret it or narrate that for you. You can decide the mode how you want it to interpret it, in a more formal way or in a more business-oriented kind of approach. You can actually decide that, and it will give you an analysis to break down, of that graph itself, whether it's a pie chart, bar chart, or scatter graph, or whatever graph that you might have. So that we've built into it, and for the business analyst, we are looking at where Oracle already has pre-built machine learning models, because everybody talks about AI, ML, but one of the things which we've seen is that some people have not really laid their hands on some of these things, even in the simplest form. Maybe you're doing classification or regression analysis. How do you actually tend to use this different tools, that has been built, within the AI ML space. So what Oracle has done is that we've built over 20 plus pre-built machine learning models, embedding it into the analytics platform, so you can actually take advantage of that. In some situation, one of the things which we've also done as Oracle is to bring in the one-click analytics capability. So sometimes people see data, but they do not actually know what exactly to do or how they will present that data. Now, Oracle has a capability where you can actually ask the system itself to give you the best fit view. So it will look at the data and give you presentation of that data in a more graphical form. Then, of course, from there, you can build on that and change some of the parameters to get what exactly you're looking out for. Okay, so in terms of the architect, of course, that's where we have more of the engineers. They will train the models more with the data that they already have, doing the machine learning, model scoring, or enriching the data flow, or looking at the enrichment, of the knowledge itself, so that by the time users interact with the tool itself, they're able to get the desired outcome that they are looking out for. So this just gives us a quick nutshell in terms of what Oracle is doing with regards to AI ML, embedding it into our analytics platform. Now, one of the things which I will do next is to just highlight some few things, which will also show some representation of the tool itself, where you can see some of the reports or some of the things that can be achieved with the Oracle Analytics platform. So first, based on IDC research, we've seen where over 65%, of CIOs do have that issue of trying to adopt digital technology, especially looking at Gen AI. Practically, we talk to customers a lot. You see a whole lot says, we have AI in our strategy. We're looking at AI. AI is one of the things we want to do. But have you gone into it? Have you used it? Those are the critical questions in which people need to actually look at. So it means there are opportunities for you to start taking advantage of some of these capabilities. Okay, so The first one is more of like, okay, you're telling the story. So why does this really matter? Basically, we are looking at situations where you can combine data stories, as well as human faces or like voices, And why is Oracle doing this? Because we're looking at a situation where when you integrate voices or like a human face interacting with end users, then it's easier for the person to feel like he's actually interacting with someone on the other end. So these are some capabilities Oracle has actually embedded into our analytics platform. And this allows you to take full advantage of the Gen AI capabilities that we've built into our tool itself. Then, of course, the other one I talk about assessing the AI or ML capabilities, which is more for the consumers. Like I stated, not everybody is a statistician, not everybody is interested in the full deep dive data science stuff, but they want to also make use of some of these tools, just like the way we use the Grok or ChatGPT, or we're using like Quibot or other generative AI tools, So what Oracle has done within the analytics platform is to actually help business users to be able to answer those critical questions when they look at their report itself. So you can look at the report, do a click view, gives you a representation, or you can also click on the chart and ask it to actually explain or try to like interpret that graph for you. And it will actually do that. What this actually helps do is to actually help the business user to actually have more better insights in terms of the data that he has, without actually going the more complex route of writing codes or trying to get some technical people to do a whole lot of work. So Oracle has built that, and as you can see on the screen, it shows you different view in terms of the graphs, how you can actually change the format of the graph and change the representation of it and have what exactly you want. Now, this also shows you another set of screens, where you can actually access it on the mobile platform. In some situations, like the one on your lower left-hand side, it shows you the contextual insights, where you can actually drill down further and have a better understanding of that particular graph itself. You have the one on the top right corner, which actually allows you to actually interact with natural language, and it will actually give you an explanation, as I've mentioned previously. Now, what we've also done is that we've also integrated some of our AI capabilities like document understanding, the AI vision, into the analytics platform. So you can actually use those AI capabilities within the analytics platform. Like, for example, face detection. You have a picture, you want to know how many people are actually sitting in the room, then it will detect the faces. You can also use that for document understanding. Let's say like passports, you want to say, okay, let's even check if the passport has expired based on the expiry date that has been stated on the data page of that passport itself. So document understanding can also help in that situation, and that can actually be presented, on the graph. Then, of course, MIT, also the research, and they says Gen AI can improve a worker's performance by nearly 40% compared with workers who don't. There's this saying, says the digital laggers will always be behind when you try to compare them with those that have actually embraced the digital transformation. And this is the same thing with AI too. Now, it's how you use the AI in your day-to-day activities becomes very essential. So for people that embrace it, tend to be much more productive, much more efficient. That was based on the research MIT came up with. Okay, so for us as Oracle, when we look at that, what we want to do, is to ensure that people can actually start doing more data stories, using generative AI with the analytics platform. So we built in what we call the Oracle Analytics Assistant, and this can actually help an end user to actually interact with the data. So just like the way you go to your ChatGPT and you try to ask it some few questions, you can also do the same thing with the analytics platform, and that's what the Oracle Analytics Assistant will help you. So it's based on some of the machine learning capabilities we've built into the tool. Now, this next slide just shows you, which I've spoken about in terms of the one-click capabilities, which we've built into the tool itself, and this will actually generate the necessary presentation to you. But let me just show you some set of screens that also highlight some few things in terms of the things you could do within the analytics platform. So we've talked about the one click. You also have the auto insights. So when you use the auto insights, you look at your data and you say, okay, let it give you the recommendation based on the data. So it gives you different recommendation. Then you can take out the ones that you don't need and take or absorb the ones that are actually required. In some situations, you might also want it to actually do some form of explanation of the data itself. Now, what Oracle has also done is to build in the auto ML into our database, which also sits with the analytics platform. So if you want to take full advantage of some machine learning capabilities like vectors, or maybe there are some other machine learning models that you want to use that are based on the standard that is required, then of course that can actually be used within the Oracle database, and the analytics platform can take full advantage of it. Now, on this screen, one of the things which we're trying to say for end users, especially for the business analysts, you do not need to crack your head over how you're going to build the machine learning models. Now, these machine learning models are already built into the tool itself, so you can actually take advantage of those models. So there are different models, like I've stated earlier, over 20 that we've built into the tool. And what you can do is to use any of those models, change the parameters, so that it can actually fit what you want as you're testing your data. Because in some situations you will test your data, it will give you the desired outcome that you're looking out for. If it doesn't give you desired outcome, you come back, change some of the parameters, and retest your data again. Now on the next screen, it just shows us some few ones, and like on the one on the top left corner, it shows you different machine learning models, so you can actually pick which of the algorithms you want to actually use with your data itself, and adjust some of the parameters. So we've invested a whole lot, into this space, and because we've learned a lot from a lot of our work with other AI ML providers, we've actually built this into the tool to ensure for business users, they're able to see value. Okay, so I just have a few slides to touch on, and I will be done soon. Okay, so the next one, which is more for the business analyst, and Forbes actually reports, where we've seen where a lot of people want to do AI pilots. And this is true. That's why I stated earlier and said people want to do AI ML. Have they tried it? Have they gone into production? Have they been able to apply it to their production data itself? And Forbes is saying 90% of them do a lot of pilots, but they do not see the day of light, which is almost the same thing like we have for like blockchain technology, for example. Everybody talks about it. The tools are out there, but how many do go into production? So, and that's why for us as Oracle, when we look at the business side, we say, okay, instead of people spending more time trying to crack their head over AI, ML. How do they build the models and trying to use them with the data? Let us build it into the tool itself, and that can actually help the end user. So this is one of the things which we've done as Oracle, and we put all of these capabilities together. The essence for us is to actually empower the end users for them to be able to get value from their data itself. So with this, we're saying for consumers, they're able to tell the right story, the information, it's easier for them, to access, and of course, they have an intuitive user interface that they can actually use and help them to understand their data better. For the analysts, they can actually start looking how do they extend those capabilities, and then by embedding more AI ML capabilities into the environment itself and applying it with the data that they have. Why? For the architect, we want to ensure that they do have trusted data. Remember, Mr. Maker said, data trust is an essential part. You want to trust the data because you want a situation where when you look at your report, you can actually say, this is actually correct. It's giving you the right outcome that you are looking out for. And apart from that, one of the things which we also want is for end users to also look at their data and start seeing new opportunities, not just in terms of looking at the past or how do you improve some of your processes, how do you do certain things within the organization, but for you to be able to see new opportunities and be able to innovate and be able to meet those needs. So this is my last slide, and the other slides that I have just shows a bit of interfaces, but I will just run that under 2 minutes, just for you to just see some of the things that we've done. So this first one shows terms of dashboard, for example, if you watch Formula One a lot, Oracle works closely with the Red Bull team, and for the last 2 years, Max Verstappen has been the one that has been winning the Grand Prix, and they use the analytics platform, and to do some analysis to know when they need to go to the pits, when they need to use one plan strategy, should they need to pit twice or something like that. So they use the analytics platform. The other one, of course, shows us around document understanding, like for passports, so of course you can use different types of documents, depending on the use case that you're actually working on. So this is one of them. And of course, this is another example again, where, you can actually bring in some images, based on scanning that has been done, and look at the data that has also been captured, and that can actually be used for analysis. And then, of course, we have a scenario where if you actually meet your opticians, and or opticians are looking at a scenario where they want to actually capture some of those information and put them into a more graphical form, then that can also be achieved. So this just shows you quick nutshell in terms of what you can do, but we're not leaving out the fact that HR becomes an essential part in every organization. Some people call it people's operation now in some organization, but it's very essential also, where you can actually use that to understand the people that work within the organization itself, and be able to use that to make the right decision. So in a nutshell, I just wanted to just show this different graphical view of the tool itself, so you kind of have an understanding of what we're talking about. So with this, I will say thank you. I wish I was there to also take some questions, but if there are questions that we could take, then of course we're willing to take that. And as stated before I started my presentation, the school is trying to adopt Oracle Academy trainings, but Oracle also provides some form of free certifications also, and some trainings also. So we have some foundational trainings which any student is interested, you could access the Oracle platform or work with the Oracle Academy team, so you can actually get to understand what Oracle is providing, especially around the cloud space, and understand some of those things. So at least as the school is aligned in trying to adopt some of those things, you're doing something. Because one thing is critical in life, you must be a self-learner. You don't have to wait for the school to bring something to you, but rather you can actually go chase that knowledge itself, get that knowledge and make yourself much more better, or give yourself the advantage that is required. So I'll say thank you at this point. So if there are questions, of course, we're willing to take it. Yeah.
Thank you, the Oracle Group. Thank you, you've done well. And then we are expecting questions or reactions from the audience, especially the students. That question you've been wanting to ask Oracle, this is the time. Does anybody have any question? Please come forward if you have. Do you have a question? Please come, don't be shy. Come forward and ask a question. They are still online. They will address that. Introduce yourself and your level. You ask your question.
My question is, you made mention of trainings, some training. So my question is, if the training is available for students also, and if yes, how do we gain access to it? That's my question.
Okay. All right. So I'll answer a bit one part of it, and I think Baker will also touch more on the Oracle Academy. So typically what Oracle does, like currently we have even a drive for free certification on the Oracle Cloud infrastructure, and that will run up until October 31st. So what it means is that you can actually go do some of those trainings and do the certifications. Now, of course, if the drive ends October 31st, it doesn't mean that those trainings are not there. So some of those trainings will still be there. So it means you can always go learn some of those trainings. But Bekere will touch more. Maybe she can actually unmute and address in terms of the Oracle academics part, what specifically they have for the students themselves. Bekere.
All right. Yeah, thank you, everyone. So very quickly, we've got courses and teaching. We have teaching and learning content around database, data science, cloud computing, project management, and some enterprise resource planning tools like NetSuite that are available for free to the academic community. So there's a demarcation. The academy is strictly for academic institutions like UNN for students. This is because the resources we give are what Oracle customers heavily pay for, but because our aim is to bridge the gap between town and gown, we're giving it out for free. So it is not for commercial purposes. So we've got, like I said, Java, data science, cloud computing, project management, and the rest of them. Okay, but I see they're no longer on the call. But I'll drop my email address in the chat. And if anyone has any more questions around Oracle resources or Oracle Academy, they can just shoot an email, then we'll respond to you as soon as we can. Thank you. Oh, they're back.
Okay, yeah, they're back.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you. Nice presentation.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, the Oracle Group. If you are there, we are going to compile other questions and across to you. I think that will be most appropriate. You've always worked with us.
Okay.
Being with us, we'll continue to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take one more
I'm standing on the existing protocol, and it gives me joy to talk about a member of my class. We were together so many years ago. Kalum Idonsi is a professional IT and a change assurance manager, Paragon Banking Group, PLC, United Kingdom. He is a certified management system auditor, CMSA, and MSECB, an Assistant General Secretary, Information Security South Africa, Society of Africa, ISSAN. Kalu Donsi is a seasoned IT professional, an IT audit and risk management professional with over 15 years of experience across financial services, infrastructure, and regulatory oversight. He currently serves as IT and Change Assurance Manager at Paragon Banking Group, PLC, in the United Kingdom, where he provides management platform, teammates in Penta MK. As a certified management system auditor with MSECB, formerly PECB-MS, Kalu conducts independent reviews of organizational compliance to 5 key ISO standards. They include the following: ISO
into the industry. We are being prepared to start our own businesses. What is it that is going that we are going to use to stand out in our business? We are going to be using data. If you are going to be using data, there are principles, there are methodology that for you to be successful, we'll see them at a later stage, how you will be able to gauge and find out where are you in this whole threshold. How are you, how can I stay that this organization will do very well, or this organization will not? Effective, efficient management of your data. We'll see that. So in this case here, organizations were fine. It therefore means that if we do not take data governance properly, we are going to lose stuff. Now, the note to lead, I said, no map, no mentoring. GDPR becomes just a relic. You need to imbibe these principles. Now, I review organizations on different ISO standards. And sometimes PCI DSS. PCI DSS are for people who manage cards. Banks who deal with cards, you need to be certified against PCI DSS. Then for your security, cyber security, you're supposed to be ISO 27001 certified. But the thing there is that if it's just a checklist, You have all these process and procedures, you have them, you have these policies down, okay, it's there. Are you just complying? Are you just keeping them to check the thing that, we've gotten our certificate, we're ASU 27001, or are you imbibing the culture? Those control checklists, are you imbibing them in your processes? We'll get to see. Those are what they are saying here. Because all of these organizations that were fined, it's not that they were not certified though, but they did not imbibe it as part of their processes. All right, let's get the next slide, please. We're still talking about, this is the last one. There are a couple of stories that we talk about when we say data governance horrors, more like the horror movie when you're talking about data governance. In this particular case, it will have insight to what the first speaker, Alan Trocker, here he talked about AI, the AI rocket that never launched. That's how I termed it, the AI rocket that never launched. And why was that AI rocket never launched? It was not launched because governance was missing. Data governance was the missing fuel. And the background of it is, there was this story, some of us might have heard it, IBM Watson, they had a collaboration with one organization in the US called MD Anderson. They are a cancer research firm, okay? Now, they wanted to get a very automated way of doing research on cancer, and they spent about $62 million in that research for about 4 years. But eventually everything had to be packed away. After all of the expenses, and they made so much noise about the revolutionary way that this research was going to make cancer research to be very fantastic, but everything was packed. And what was the cause? If you go to the governance gap, you see no robust data quality framework was used, and validation process before model training. If you remember what Alan Trocker mentioned when he was talking, there is always rigorous process in doing your AI analysis, your machine learning. But the thing there, the particular issue here was that they were using hypothesized data. When they now try to go live, the rule that was not happening, the thing, because it's supposed to use an artificial intelligence to predict issues. What it was predicting was not in line with medical practice. It therefore means that the whole process, after $62 million was invested, after 4 years, after so many man hours taken, this research was now packed down because adequate, proper data governance processes were missing. So what are we saying as per footnote? Even the most advanced tech can't fly on shaky data. Without disciplined governance, innovation never leaves the ground. The picture you see here is a rocket that is flying. If you put it in with what Elon Musk's rocket, it's supposed to go up. Elon Musk's rocket successfully went up. After, when he came back, he came down straight. But this one was launching, and the rocket certainly did not go out. And why was it? The fuel was missing, and that fuel was governance. What I'm trying to bring out from all of these horror stories is that it is real. And we are all training to be experts. We are all training to move into the industry. You will see later in the screen, in the slides, that how big your governance is, or how good you are, will determine how innovative, you can be. All right? So let's go on, and what I want to show us in the next slide is now telling us how are we going to judge? How can we determine where we are as an organization, as an enterprise, as a nation? Okay? So from governance maturity and stakeholder engagement, to inclusive innovation outcome. Emeka Onyokoro mentioned a lot about innovation. During the Oracle presentation, it talked about using data, using their platform to do a lot of innovation, and it is the innovation that will stand you out, But how are we going to be sure about this thing? There is as I conclude, is the fact that for us to stand out, we have to be mindful of the fact that data in its raw form is not useful. It has to be transformed. But for it to be transformed, particularly on an enterprise area, we need to make sure that we follow particular processes. I hope I will stand by. If there's any question, we'll be able to reveal there. But there's a lot to say. This is just a few that I will bring out based on the time. Thank you very much.
all through our quests, in our study, in our journey, even in our religiosity, we keep wondering, how did man evolve? Did we actually come from ape? Nah. Those evolutions have been classified in sciences that haven't happened in parallel. Apes are apes, men and man is man. Men is men. Men are men. Man is man. There's an important aspect that we'll listen to, and this will intrigue us even the more. go ahead. I think it's coming on. Yes, thank you. But usher her in when she comes. Thank you. Another applause for her as she joins, please.
I wish those from the industry session, they are here to witness some of the challenges we are facing. This one is practical. Okay, I think if she's up, maximize it. We are making progress, and I assure you that we will live here in a while.
You know, we have just taken the profile, the citation on, rather, I would say, the citation on Udunna and Azodo. Please, if so, somewhere amongst those who are online, please, we want her to take the foreground and then, feed us with this presentation we so hunger for. Are you there, Udunna, Dr. Udunna? Are you anywhere there? What's the point of being a German if you don't drink beer? If you come for this conference and you don't take what we have listening to so far so good, as rich as they are, just keynote speeches, we are yet to get into the virtual sessions, rich topics. Don't miss out on them. And then tomorrow we'll continue with the parallel sessions that will be happening, within the ambience of our beautiful department.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. So, hello, can I start now?
No, the audience can't hear you. The network,
Okay.
they're trying to fix it. Just a little bit. Just a little
Okay,
bit.
thank you.
They are fixing the problem.
All right, just let me know when to start. Thank you.
All right, all right.